Okay, we're about ready to begin. It's on. Okay, we're about ready to begin. We will be doing the swearing in of the Planning Commission members. I know that 4 of you are here, and we're going to have you all come up at once. Of the Planning Yes, we're ready now to begin. Members, I know that 4 of you are here, and we're going to have you all come up at once. Yes, we're ready now to begin. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say I, and then each person will say the name instead of saying it all together. So we'll just start. If you pass the mic, when we go down, okay?
Good. We're all together.
We'll begin this swearing in. I together do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully and impartially perform the duties as a member of the Planning Commission for the city of Forest Park. And I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Georgia, and that I will faithfully observe and uphold the charter and ordinances of the city of Forest Park without fear, favor, or expectation thereof. This, the 16th day of March, 2026, I swearly affirm. Thank you and welcome. And I'm gonna take.
Nice meeting you.
They gotta print one more.
Yeah. And then. There's some. You're not.
No, I think
Both of them.
I have questions.
That's Dane. Yeah. It's still for higher sides, since we're not any. I was at school. Then we went over to live.
This
So Bridget into.
Good evening. March 16, 2026 work session is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, interim city manager, staff, Forest Park residents, and guests. This is the roll call for the city council work session meeting, Monday, March 16th, 2026. Mayor Ellison,
Here.
Councilmember James.
Present.
Councilmember Gunn.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Akins Wells.
Here.
Councilmember Mears.
Here.
Mayor Ellison, you have a quorum.
Yes, for tonight's agenda, is there anything the governing body wishes to add or delete? If not, is there a motion to accept? So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. Is there anything the governing body wishes to add or delete from the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
All in favor?
Aye.
Start with the first item on the consent agenda. Council discussion of second annual renewal for sound equipment services with Digital World Live. Recreation and leisure.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager Clemens. This is the second and final, this is the second and final renewal for an annual contract for sound equipment services. This vendor provides sound equipment for the city events, and it's managed by the Parks and Rec Department.
Any questions?
So. Mayor, point of order. So the consent agenda does not have discussion.
We'll move on to item 2.
How do we ask questions about that? For the consent agenda?
So if you wanted to ask questions or discuss any item that's on the consent agenda, you have to remove it from the consent agenda. And then if there's anything on new business there aren't questions on, then you can add that to the
Councilwoman
consent.
Gunn has several questions regarding this particular item. So.
So we have to make a motion to, okay, so the motion would be,
To remove
To
items,
okay, so I would like to make a motion that we remove item one, the discussion of the second annual renewal for sound equipment off the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
She asked now.
All right, I can ask now. That was a yes? Yeah. Okay, so, Director Maxwell. Woo. Director Maxwell, I had the, unfortunate pleasure of dealing with this company at one of the events. And I, took in consideration what, Councilwoman Wells had stated previously when we first coming up here, that this company, you know, they show up late, some equipment wasn't in place, and so I'm seeing the part here. I guess I just did not see this. This would be the final annual renewal for sound equipment services with this company. So Director Maxwell, I'm just gonna be truthful with you. The service that was rendered at one of these events that I took part was for us to pay the money, $77,850. If we're paying out something to a vendor, we expect quality service and customer service. And in that event, I didn't get it. I'm not in support of them. There's plenty of people out there. I don't know, you know, what would be the process, but I'm just not in favor of paying extra money, the additional money moving forward. I don't know how we will rectify this, but that was a bad experience. And when I experienced it, my mind went straight back to what Councilwoman Wells said about this company and past discretions that she had with their services. So
My question is, if we choose not to renew them, then what would happen?
Or we put it back out for bid and it starts over. We just, put it out for bid, get all the quotes and pretty much go with the one you guys recommend.
So would we need a motion, like if that was the option, Metro Cardi, do we motion to RFP or we just vote this down?
you can motion to not renew and then direct staff in that same motion to issue the request for production, or excuse me, request for
do
proposal
we have a motion?
have a motion
during the regular meeting.
we come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Item 2, council discussion of first annual renewal of on-call electrical services
May-
and repair with Mr. D's Electric Service LLC, Shalom Visionary Strategies, and Capital City Electrical Services LLC.
So Madam Mayor, point of order. We can move on to item 4, since the other two items are on the consent agenda.
The new business.
Taking all of those?
No, it's just that because it's on the consent agenda, we don't discuss it. We don't have any discussion about it.
He doesn't even read them?
No.
Okay, so point of order, I'm sorry. So I had a question on number 8 on the public, a few questions on item number 8. So if we can remove that so that we can discuss it.
Okay, so then, Mayor, let's just do an amended motion to remove all items from the consent.
Agenda.
Yeah,
That was the first question.
But item A
Okay, do we have a motion to move all items from the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. I'll second.
So we'll move on to new business. All in favor?
Aye.
Monday.
New business. Item number 4. Council discussion of special facility usage request, Kiwanis Stadium.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Interim City Manager. How's everybody doing? Thanks. All right, bringing up, before you, I have the Georgia Mass Band, who has rented the football stadium every Thursday and Friday from 5:30 to 8:30 between the months of May and July since 2024. I have some of the representatives here just to speak about it, what they do, some concerns and some questions was brought to me last year. So before I rent it out to again, I wanted them to come up and tell them the history of what they do and how it benefits the community and the relationship they have. Okay.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Hey, it's good to be in here. We've been patrons of Clayton County for some years now, utilizing the schools in the area as well as working with the bands. I myself, I'm Elijah Thompson. I am the current president and one of the 4 founders of the Georgia Mass Band Incorporated. We are a 501c3 nonprofit marching band organization, and we were founded in 2016 by myself and fellow mates at Jackson State University while we were band members there. So Antonio Alexander is our vice president. He's also a product of Riverdale High School. Marcus Cummings is also a Riverdale High School graduate, and Matthew Buggs, who is currently Riverdale High School's band director. So everything's coming full circle here in Clayton County for us. We put our heads together, and the goal is really just to bring our peers and community together to perform in a marching band setting. And beyond getting together with our community and playing music, our goal was to really give the youth something that we didn't really have growing up in terms of opportunities, or these opportunities to play music with your friends and things, which was no small feat. And there are still some ongoing challenges. Every summer we fight to find instruments, water for practice during the hot summer months, and a viable and safe practice location. And through it all, we started June 2016 with 20 members, including ourselves. And now we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year with over 400 plus registered members each year. And through the support of the community, putting our brains together, we continue to elevate and help find ways to support our youth. We do a college fair every year at Jonesboro High School, still here in Clayton County. And through the last 5 years, we brought over 40 plus HBCU band directors here to audition the students in the community. And they've offered over $250 million in scholarships to these students. And that number is still rising. We're just thankful that we're able to bring all of those schools here to our community for our students. And also, I would be remiss if I did not thank Mr. Tariq Rowland. He's been our liaison, helping us rent out Star Park every year, the Kiwanis Stadium. We practice. Y'all might hear us. I'm sure I've heard some some people reach out and say that they definitely hear us at night. But just know that these are your students. These are your peers. We have band directors that play with us. We have voting members in the community that come out and play with us, and just residents of the community. And we're just all coming together and having a great time, providing musical education, and just really just creating something for the community, because we really just wanted to give back to the community that kind of raised us, as well as helped us get to where we're at currently in life. And so we're just thankful to be in that position. And just to kind of leave you off with kind of our mission and where we're going and what we're looking forward to. Although we work very hard, and oftentimes we ourselves come out of pocket for a lot of the expenses occurred. Band is not a cheap activity. I'm sure some of y'all probably have students and understand like band dues and things. But a lot of the expenses occurred, like water for each practice, practice location fees, band uniforms, and travel. Every summer, we're still kind of left struggling in a sense, but we would love to continue our mission to just pour into the community. Um, any way you want to support, or with your support, any way you can, please reach out to me. Or for more information, please visit gamassband.org. You can find more information on us. Thank you all, and I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you all finally.
Thank you. Question? Statement? You have a statement?
So I stay on, I stay on Park Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, the year 2 years, it take me an hour and 20 minutes to get from Alpharetta to here. I get home between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. And that was 2 years. And, I was in class 4 days out of the week. And so I come home and the band is in my community in Ward 2. They are everywhere. They're in the stadium, across the street at the city council building. They're on the of the other side of the street. And I see the time frame that's here. And I want you to know I played the saxophone. I was in the concert band, the marching band. My father was part of dealing with building proceeds and things like that. But I'm gonna let you know right now, Director Maxwell, and to this gentleman here, Ward 2 is not in favor of this because you guys, I have literally left out my house to go and speak to somebody. Please, what does the North's ordinance time frame? There, the young men and women, they are constantly there, beating or blowing or and it's nerve wracking. I could see if it was on, you guys would come in Saturday. You understand what I'm saying? You would do something to that magnitude. But during the week when people are coming home and they want to just come home, reboot for the next day and go to work, you got to deal with your children and all. So I don't see the benefit for our community and having the band coming here to practice. Godspeed be with you. I promise you, if you get with me before we leave out, I will cut you a check out of my pocket toward your donation. But it doesn't benefit this neighborhood with I don't know what word you would call when you have a lot of noise that just press upon you. We have senior citizens. They go to bed early. I could probably bounce, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock and hit it and go, but not them. And so I I just want to say to my colleagues, you guys, Ward 2 has been impacted. Those people that stay going back toward the elementary school. I've talked to people over the course of the years, wanting to know what can we do about this. So I'm just letting you guys come in the heart of Ward 2, not in favor of it, not this year or moving forward.
Um, I would like to say, I think what you provide is an amazing space and outlet for our youth. I personally am not gifted enough to play any instruments or coordinated enough to even dance, and I'm Hispanic, so some people think I can dance. Um, but I enjoy during the week sometimes I have to go to my office, and I honestly I enjoy the band noise. I don't live around the park, so I'm not impacted directly by that noise. Um, I'm in support of you being here. I will say, as an elected official here in this city, what benefit are you bringing to our youth? As in, is our band part of this? I know the youngsters now, the elementary schoolers, are also going into sports and cheerleading. I know our middle school has a band. I would like to see, you said you do a college fair in Jonesboro. I would like to have that. I challenge you to do that here. I'm not going to hold that against you and vote against you with this. Um, to Councilwoman Gunn's point, you end at 8:30. Um, would it be possible maybe to end a little earlier at 8? I think up to 8. I don't know what time, Ward 2 goes to sleep if they go to sleep at really early. I mean, but you said y'all are maybe around the park. If you can manage to get out of there, and not stay, practicing. And I know Director Maxwell, if you can, help with that, I think 8 is a reasonable time personally. But again, I'm not affected by the sound because I'm not in Ward 2. I'm on the other side of Jonesboro Road. I can still hear when we have big concerts, but I'm not impacted by the van like that. So I want to be also respectful and mindful of our citizens that are in that area. But I'm in support of this, and I'm in support of supporting you as well with water or any of the things you brought up. And I appreciate you coming up, and you, Director Maxwell, bringing them up here so we can hear everything they got going on. But I would just like to see more of a benefit towards our residents here and youth. You mentioned a lot of the other schools. I want to make sure, if you're coming here and using, our resources, that our youth is also getting something back. I didn't hear any data on how many specifically you might have from Forest Park. That would probably help the presentation, also selling it.
Yes, so I kind of piggyback the sentiments of my colleagues. Being that I hear it from my house, but it's not as bad as those in the area. And yes, we do have the concerts. A lot of time they're on the weekends where people don't have to get up and go to work in the morning. But Councilman Gutierrez kind of asked my question as well. So I want to know how many students actually from Clayton County are actually in the program. Is it benefiting them? And then if so, maybe we can get with the county because we have the big Terra Stadium, which is a better facility than ours. I hate to say it, but it is. And maybe we can get with the county and see. So I wouldn't want to say no. I want to say let's look into other alternatives because I love what you're doing. I think it's great. I actually have a little cousin, and I know he doesn't live in Clayton County. He's on the north side, but he plays in the band, so he benefits from it. So I appreciate it. But being a council member, I have to worry about what impacts the residents here. And I did receive a lot of complaints from residents in the previous years because of the, and they do be scattered everywhere. They be everywhere. But I love it. I love to see the kids out having fun, but we have to worry about the residents of Forest Park. So maybe we can, again, look at getting with the county, Mr. Maxwell, and seeing if they're able to use Kiwanis Stadium. And I would be willing as well to assist because I love the program. So I don't want to say no, but I just have to worry about the residents of Forest Park. So let's look into some alternatives, so that it works for everybody. That's what I have to say. Thank you. Any more comments? No comments.
May I just make another statement? I was kind of going to allude to what you were saying. So to rent Terra Stadium, which we do have events at, is about $5,000 to rent it, and that's just for maybe like 4 hours or so. And that's tough, just us being a nonprofit. And I understand. I've heard the complaints. We get the complaints every year, and we do end a little earlier at 8 o'clock and just give people time to go home. But a lot of students are waiting on rides and things. So we do try to manage that and say, hey guys, don't play. We do have like a staff of people that kind of walks around the park. So we do hear your concerns, and we are making efforts to alleviate that because we do understand. And I also don't want to be there all night myself either. So I completely understand. But yeah, if we can, I would love to work something out to where if we could go to Terra Stadium, which is an amazing facility, I'm perfectly fine with that. Otherwise, if we really can't practice at Star Park here, we're kind of going to be struggling a little bit to find a spot to practice. So yeah, some of the local schools also, are either closed or don't have the personnel to support us in the summertime as well.
City manager has a question.
Greetings. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Director Maxwell, I just had one question. Is this a fee waiver request?
No, they don't waive no fees. They pay all the fees on time up front before we get started. But the concerns I had to bring it before I rented it to them because if not, they're going to have the same concern. So once again, if you ever came by, we have people lined up on the street in lawn chairs listening to the band. So it's not, so everything all the concerns I brought to this man, they changed everything. Because beforehand, they was getting out by 9 o'clock.
11
Like,
o'clock.
no, we got to cut it back. So once again, everything I brought to them as far as they don't question with the fees, they cut back on the time. I tried to get them to stay more so in the stadium, so he haven't had an issue. But the concerns that was brought to me, I wanted him to come up and we'll address it before the council before I actually ran it to them.
This year, of course, June and July, we're looking at FIFA activities, and I don't know if they would interfere as well with those dates.
No, ma'am, it wouldn't interfere with what we're doing with the anything inside of the amphitheater or the baseball fields.
Is there any way you all can stop earlier? Like, you said from 5?
Well, it starts at 5:30, so um it's tough because the only time we have to practice is really the month of June. So we have to squeeze in learning like 20 to 30 songs with only a few hours of practice a day. And we have like 400 members roughly. So, you know, it's a lot of work getting everybody all together and performing all on the same beat.
So I want you guys to understand, I see what's written in this package. I promise you guys, as a resident first, 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:20, and that constantly going on. And that sound just amplified out. And so, Director Matthews, I don't know if you drive through there. I don't know, Maxwell, I'm sorry. I don't know if you drive through there, but I have the unpleasant, of just being there. And so it's,
With that, we locked the stadium up faithfully every night at 9 o'clock
that
and
doesn't,
cut the lights off.
doesn't stop them from standing out in that parking lot. That doesn't stop them from being over across at the city council building. It doesn't stop them from being on the other side of the field. And this young man is telling you the number of persons that are in the community at that time. We're not talking about a weekend. We're talking when people have to get up and go to work the following day.
So I mean, with them standing there, I understand if they're playing instruments, they're just standing there. They're just waiting on their rides. I don't see a problem with that. If I will say, is there a way to put like some type of trial period on you all or something? If we hear music past 8:30, then we just can't do it anymore because we have to respect our citizens that live around there. Would y'all be open to that, or even
Yes, absolutely. So I want to first and foremost say I do apologize for the activity that occurs after practice, but Mr. Maxwell has definitely voiced these concerns to us, and I you might even hear us on the megaphone more than you hear instruments nowadays because we're constantly like walking around, hey, stop playing. 8:30, as soon as 8:30. So we already honor that. Obviously, you know, we can't be everywhere. There are some people, but we will make a bigger effort. We do have a bigger staff this year, so we have more people that can spread out and kind of man the stadium and walk around and just make sure that people aren't still playing because they know not to play after we let out right at 8:30. And I do apologize. So I just want to acknowledge that we do understand and we are making steps to address those individuals.
Y'all got me in a limbo. No, I was just gonna say, and I know Councilwoman Guns, she's right there, so I know it definitely impacts you. But I was gonna say maybe, so we don't feel bad, which you probably don't, because you don't get sleep, so I get it. But I was gonna say, like, maybe we should do a survey of the community, like table this or something, and then do a survey of the community and see, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that, yourself included, Councilwoman Gunn, are the ones that are impacted by it. And so I think we should definitely consider how they feel. Would you be in favor of that? Maybe doing a survey of the area to see?
Survey and petition.
I mean, I think we could do that, but just also keep in mind, this is an outlet for over 400 students. I'd rather them be there than, have to refine something else. We've got to support our youth, especially if you're bringing that many scholarships to them. But we have to also respect, time frames and the sound they make. I mean, it's beautiful, but people got to sleep. So I think, holding you to the fire in your organization, if you're making sounds after a certain amount, then I think the children will understand, hey, we're about to not have a practice space if we're out here doing this. I think they'll get it together. But that's just, my 2 cents. But I'm down for whatever.
I just want you guys to take in consideration something you said, the data. Benefits to the city. Benefits to the city. You are a nonprofit organization. God bless you. God speed be with you. What are the benefits to Forest Park? And I've stood out there and talked to some of these college students, and awesome. But mm-mm.
Any more discussion or comments? Thank you. Council discussion of special facility usage request. Next one for you, United Way.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Interim City Manager. The United Way has been partnering with the City of Forest Park on different things throughout the city. And they're looking to have a maternal health expo on April the 25th. And they're looking to come in and use the recreation center and get a fee waiver. And I think I should have come. They were supposed to be here. They're not here. Any questions?
Date for that, Tariq?
April the 25th, the last Saturday in April.
I would say also partner up with that business across Dr. Beeler's church. There's a maternal business there. Across Dr. Beeler's church over there heading towards
Oh.
Main Street, there's a place there that also assists moms.
Okay.
Any other discussion, questions?
Just have a question. What is this I'm looking at the time here. Is it 7:30 to 3 on that day, on a Saturday?
Well, including their setup and cleanup time, it'll roughly be about 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I think the event starts about 10 to 1. And they'll have different vendors and different vendors to come in and give out information and material for people in need.
Yeah, I definitely support the United Way in their efforts and things that they do. And this is not the first time they've used our facility, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're up again. Council discussion of special facility usage request 696 Main Street, Leonard Hartsfield Senior Community Center.
Good evening, Mayor, Council,
Good evening.
Interim City Manager. Yes, what we have is District 1 Commissioner Ms. Reeves is looking to hold her town hall meeting, and some of her district is within the city of Forest Park. So she's just trying to use the facility on April the 2nd from 5:30 to 8 o'clock to hold a town hall meeting.
I just have maybe a slight concern. I like Commissioner Reeves, but I just don't want us to get into, because as it get closer to election time, then, I don't think, because it's kind of like well, I guess she's already in office, but it can be like the city is supporting a certain candidate. I know we've done it in the past, but that's just my only concern. Like, is that in the district that she serves? Is that the only place? Like, I don't know. I just,
Well, I know some of Forest Park is within her district. So that's why she's holding it here in the city. I think it's some of, I don't know. Yeah.
Say she's the current county commissioner, so it's-
Yes.
we're doing it for a candidate, as long as it's very clear the city of Forest Park is not endorsing her or anyone else. We're just, I think, in good faith of partnership. I think if any of the electeds from the county, I think we work back and forth with things, so I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I understand your point, Councilwoman Wells.
And I think the only reason is because some of Forest Park is in her district. If it wasn't, we rarely get any other requests from commissioners to use it. But with her as being in Forest Park, she wants to try to reach some of the.
I know, that's why it seems political.
Uh,
But I get it. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying how it could look. But thank you.
Is this fee waived?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question, to pose to Attorney Magic Cardy, if I may, Madam Mayor. Is there some policy that we can put in place that would, prohibit us from renting to, candidates if they're in an election year or something like that?
I can prepare a policy similar to that.
Okay.
Whether, and so that there's essentially no political events or campaigning on city-owned property.
So that would that be something like 6 months or maybe the election year, or what would that look like?
I can give you different options.
Okay.
With typically, it's usually upon qualifying, which would be a few months prior to the election, so maybe like 3 months. But you can make it longer if you want, but it's the closer to the election, the more likely it is an actual campaign event. So
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Next item is council discussion and approval to enter into a new contract for ambulance EMS billing collections services with Trinity EMS Consultants.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council, and Interim City Manager Clemens. Since 2022, the fire department has partnered with Trinity EMS Consultants, known as TIMS, to provide patient billing collection services. This is a revenue generating contract, and TIM receives 6% of the monthly fees of total collections that they do on behalf of ambulance billing collections. And the contract we had with them for 3 years. It ends, I believe, April the 30th. And so we're looking to enter into a new contract. It'll be an annual contract with 4 options to renew.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you so much for, how you, prepared everything, and one of the things I was looking at, that this company TMS, they, aid in training our employees also, right? To get them up to par and to move, that's part of the contract.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
incorporated in the training that comes with it, right?
And
That's-
making
that's
sure that
awesome.
they, yes, receive the information related to billing for insurance purposes and things of that nature.
I was very impressed reading even how what they're asking on our part. So that's pretty. I like what I saw, seeing that we are getting our money's worth, and they're making sure that our employees are up to par. I had a question. So do they get their money off the top, or we get it then we cut them a check when they do the billing and stuff like that? How does it work?
It's reduced from the bill.
And they get theirs off the top, and then we get it. Okay, I see. We get a nice little check though. Awesome.
Any other questions?
I think we've used them that long and we seem to be doing real well. I mean, it's not broke, don't fix it.
Thank you so much. Next item. Council discussion and approval of a contract with Parasoft Technology Corp. For the OpenGov system.
Yes, good evening again. So the City of Forest Park utilizes OpenGov, which is a platform system, e-solicitation system. It's a centralized management system that makes sure that our key financial, procurement, and operational functions are able to be maintained in one system. And so currently we're utilizing their budgeting module process, and the procurement e-solicitation process, contract administration of housing all of the city contracts, and also records management for requests from the departments for goods, services, and project requests. This platform also supports public-facing services, including the business license and property tax processing, and also provides a comprehensive asset management module as well for use by multiple departments on a daily basis to keep up with the city's assets. This system helps ensure fiscal accountability, operational efficiency, and compliance with applicable policies and reporting requirements. And so the finance department is requesting approval for us to piggyback off of these a NASPO cooperative contract with Carasoft Technology. This contract was competitively solicited and awarded in accordance to procurement standards. And approval of this item will allow the city to continue these services without interruption of collection of business license, property taxes, and other critical financial and operational services.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. I have a lot of concerns about this, and I wanted to actually say how many services are we currently paying for? Because the OpenGov system, where I think the city didn't initially purchase everything that we should have, and so the system is terrible. But we keep paying out more money, issuing more contracts. So all of the things you name is what the system's supposed to do, but it doesn't. And I think some people that go through the business license process, it's always something. Something is never working. And so if we're paying all of this money, why does the system never work? Why are the people being told that the system doesn't work? And I think this was probably when Mr. Clark was here. These same issues have been going on. And I think he had to actually let a department know, like, we don't tell them that our system doesn't work, but we're paying all of this money. So what I would like to know is how many services are we currently paying for when it comes to this OpenGov system? And I would like to see those contracts of the ones that we currently have as well.
So the current system that we have, and it was implemented back in 2024 with OpenGov, was first the procurement module. And that's when we were able to go as electronic with our solicitation process instead of taking in manual bids. So we have that module that includes the contract administration portion as well, where we can create our contracts and store them for safekeepings and, have them at hand when they're asked of. The other module that we implemented, I believe, after the procurement one was the budget management system. That module allows the departments to enter their budget requests through the system. That is managed by the finance team. And then we just started implementation and testing on the records management portion, which go hand in hand with the procurement module on requisition requests. So when the departments, right now, that's a manual process as well. So we're trying to streamline all of our processes through one centralized system. The this request here is for us to add on the property tax module that will also take care of business licenses, alcohol tax, different things of that nature that we collect revenues for. And also implement the asset management so that we can have a centralized asset management system citywide, so we know where every piece of asset that the city owns, where it's at, how long the life cycle is on that, when it's time to replace it, and things of that nature. The current property tax and business license, that portion is through another ERP system, which is Tyler.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's why I wanted to know the contract that we have with Tyler. I was waiting on you to say the name because I couldn't remember it. But the contract that we have with Tyler, that's what planning, building, and zoning uses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
So, thank you so much, because I didn't know that. information that you guys had previously. But from reading, this program, it is really going to correct a lot of problems. It is an additional program. And Director, Savan, Interim Director Savan, had the pleasure of, talking to a lot of us that came out of a new system that is, in place. And so, in our package started on page, I think it's 109. It gives all the projections of everything in this city that we are, that they are tasked to oversee, financially and moving forward. But, from what I'm seeing, this is a great piece of, IT program that we seriously need. We don't need them going manual to doing nothing. Um, it's here. Let's use it. I'm excited about, what I saw, what I read. I had no clue. Thank God I don't have to do it. And so that part right there. But, yeah. But thank you for that.
No,
Yeah.
no, I was gonna say thank you for that clarity, because I thought it was all the same, so that's good to know that it's.
We're on,
differences.
we're on a new system
Yeah.
that they're trying to implement and move forward. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to add, we should have been with OpenGov before. At a GMA conference, I saw just how easy it is to use, the amount of support that they have, and the amount of cities that are already using OpenGov. I mean, I think with procurement, how easy and the software is to use and the support they have. When I brought this up, we were using Tyler. I don't know I don't know what's wrong. I don't know if it's a system or us in the training that the employees didn't get the training. But I just think we need to make sure we get this right. We spend a lot of money on this software. The people are there. I don't know if the people there for Tyler, I don't even know who that is, but I know the OpenGov people, they go to a lot of conferences and obviously business, but it's an extremely efficient software. I think it's going to help us and improve a lot of the complaints we have on the business license side, that it's just, needs some work. So I am 100% in on this. Thank you, Ms. Elisa, for this thorough report also.
Now that price tag, we're gonna split up in 4 payments quarterly, right?
Yes, it's broken out on what the annual cost would be.
I saw it, page 140.
The initial annual cost, to get these, existing modules started is the $236,078.13.
Okay. It's a little easy in quarterly payments.
So I know you probably, I'm sorry, you done, Council?
Okay, thank you.
Probably can't go too much into it, but never mind, I'll disregard. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 9, council discussion FY 2025-26 general fund budget amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council,
Good evening.
Interim City Manager. Finance Department comes before you today to, we're trying to, this amendment that I'm asking for, it represents a routine quarterly budget adjustment that we need to do. This proposed action realigns existing appropriations among approved accounts to reflect actual operational and expenditures and maintains compliance with established budget controls. This adjustment that I'm asking for is supported by the surplus revenue and ensures that departmental budgets remain properly aligned with operational activities while preserving overall fiscal integrity. This change of amendment, we're going from what we are at now is 43,825,857. We're gonna go to 44,263,641, and that change there. The revenue increase of 437,780. So I'm asking council to approve a budget amendment so we can realign some of our account numbers to stay in line with the budget.
I do have a question.
Are there any questions or comments?
First of all, thank you so much. I love surplus. My question though is, where is a surplus? Because when I look at the actuals, We are deficient in a lot of areas as far as revenues, and we're talking about March of 2026, and the budget year ends in June, right?
Correct.
So I'm just curious to this 400 and some thousand, what surplus, where does it come from? I mean, what is it? I mean, how do we get a surplus of this amount?
If you look at my table, you'll see at the bottom that's highlighted in the pink, you'll see that the revenue that has come in at this particular point, and this was probably back at the beginning of March, 44 million, 271,303. We have expenditures over that's coming at 44 million, 263,641. So with that difference of the 437,780, that's showing a increase of expenditures up top. I need to take that overage that you see in the revenue there and apply it to those particular departments so I can bring everything into line. And then probably gonna have to come back to you again before the end of June, before in May, to do another realignment. But this is the first one.
So let me make sure I understand you clearly. The calculating all of the departments and all of the increases that happen, and even, I guess, we don't have any deficiencies, it doesn't look like. So all of this increase that we have from the legislative office all the way to animal control, that adds up to 437,000. That what you're saying?
Yeah, you see over in the third,
So the-
fourth column.
Mm-hmm. So the 437,000, but when you look at the amount that's budgeted, and the amount that we are, it doesn't make sense why we have this and we haven't completed to me, it doesn't make sense. Maybe you can explain it a little bit better to make me understand. I mean, I see the numbers, but I'm just wondering, okay, so the 437,000, you're saying we're gonna add that to the general fund?
Yes,
To the general fund being 43 million is now gonna be
exactly.
44 million.
Right, because those, used with that 437,
Mm-hmm.
those expenses have already hit. So what I'm doing, I'm coming to you to ask to use the revenue that we have gotten also about around that amount of money to just realign the budget back to where we can bring everything into a line, which is zero everything out.
We
So I'm
probably
gonna
need
zero
to,
those expenses out too, so I can so we can stay in line, so we can stay within budget.
council, I think we need to further discuss it in executive session.
Okay.
And we, everybody in agreement?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We'll now move into executive session for personnel, litigation, or real estate. If you have a motion.
Madam Mayor, because of the time, we only have like 7 minutes. So can we, I don't know if we can handle this in 7 minutes. So we can end the meeting instead of going into executive session.
Yeah. 7 minutes less at the end of the meeting.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, let's can't talk in 7 minutes.
but we can take a break.
Okay, yes. We can end the
Okay.
meeting.
Do we have a motion, please?
So moved.
All in favor? It's
Wait
three.
a second. Oh, oh.
You said second.
Second.
The executive session. All in favor? We'll be moving into executive session. Thank you. Be a short break.
Man, see how we convert this bad.
Is there a motion to end the executive session and reconvene the work session?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are now back in the work session. We covered all items. Meeting is adjourned. Good evening.
Good evening.
The March 16, 2026 regular session is hereby called to order. We will have the invocation tonight delivered by Elder Justin Cook, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And Elder Cook, would you also say us extra prayer for our devoted, beloved Mr. Willie Finch? Thank you.
Amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening. First, God, just to say thank you, Father. We thank you for another opportunity to gather together as a city, Father, and to discuss the city's business, Father God, in such a way, God, that will glorify you. God, I thank you right now, Lord, for everything that has taken place in this day, God, and we commit it all to you, Father. We lift up every heavy heart now, Father God, even concerning Brother Willie Fitch and the family, Father. We ask right now, Father, that you console them, Father. Send your spirit to comfort them, Father God. Bring them peace, God. Bring them joy, God, and strength, Father. And I just thank you right now, Lord, you'll lift every heavy heart, Father God. God, even now, God, I just thank you, Lord, for entering, God, into their places, Father God, in such a way, God, that they can know, God, that you're covering them and you kept them, Father God. And I just thank you for his legacy. Continue to live it on in this city, Father. Now, God, as we focus on this meeting, God, I pray right now that your presence fills this place with wisdom, with understanding, Father God. Help us be compassionate, God. Help us be slow to speak, God, and quick to listen and slow to anger, Father. I thank you right now, Lord, that there will be no division. God, I thank you right now, Lord, that your unity will cause commanded blessings upon our city, Father. Lord, we commit this meeting to you, God, and we thank you right now for your presence. God, we thank you right now for your peace. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, interim city manager, staff, Forest Park residents, and guests. This is the roll call for the city council regular session meeting for Monday, March 16th, 2026. Mayor Ellison,
Here.
Councilmember James,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez, Councilmember Akins Wells.
Here.
Councilmember Mayers.
Here.
Mayor Ellison, you have a quorum.
Okay, for tonight's agenda, will there be any additions or deletions?
I'll make a motion that we have the agenda without the consent agenda. I said it right. Or,
To remove all consent agenda items and add them to new business.
yes, to remove all consent agenda items and add them to new business. That's my
Is there a
motion.
second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. there's no, everything's been moved from the consent agenda to new business. We'll move on to the approval of minutes. Are there any recommended changes to the minutes for the March 2nd work session, meeting minutes from the regular session, set March 2nd, or the special call meeting, March 6th?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve all three items, all three minutes.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The minutes will be accepted as presented. The next item is our public comments. The first will be coming from Ms. Pamela Felder.
Mayor, shall I read the decorum? I'm familiar with it.
No, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, would you read the procedures and decorum first, please?
Comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes per speaker. 21 minutes are allotted in total. Members of the public are not allowed to participate in any debate or discussion conducted by the governing body members. All public comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over which the governing body has jurisdiction. Matters outside of the jurisdiction of the governing body include, but are not limited to, personnel matters such as disciplinary proceedings, grievances, evaluations, or pending appeals. Personnel matters are administrative in nature and shall be addressed via the city's established administrative policies and procedures. Each speaker must maintain a decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body or employees, shouting and using obscene language. All questions and comments shall be directed to the presiding officer. Members of the governing body may respond to the comments during their closing comments if they desire.
Good evening. I had wrote down something to bring, but I just really wanted to speak from my heart. The last time I spoke in front of you all, I was so disappointed about things that had went on and happened with my home having cracks in it due to the excavation that was going on. I remembered also Councilwoman from Ward 1 and councilman from Ward 3, where I live, said you all would reach out and call me. I have yet to receive those phone calls, but I brought my phone tonight for you in case you want to reach out. And before I end, it's very short. Chief Clemens, I've reached out to her a couple of times. She never made me feel like I was wasting her time. She listened to me. She said, I got you. And I even said, hey, are you busy? She said, I got 5 minutes. She listened to me. She made me feel like I am a homeowner here in Forest Park. She really listened and understood me. And I called her 3 times. She answered every time. And she said, I hear you, Ms. Felder. And she gave me information that I needed to have. I'm so disappointed in you, the ward that I live in. I'm so disappointed because you have yet to reach out. You have not even asked me my concerns or anything. And I just hope that you would do better.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask a question. Is this the same, like it was unincorporated Forest Park? Okay, so that would be the county, right?
It is, but I still told Ms. Felder I would reach out, and I'm going to. Ms. Felder, you're right. I've just been busy. I'm gonna be honest, but I will make time for you this week, and I'll take out your representative, the county commissioner out there. When I brought this up to her, she mentioned to me that it's basically our property at Fort Gillem that's causing the blasting that's affecting your home. So even though you are unincorporated, not under our jurisdiction, the blasting is from Fort Gillem that is affecting it. So also I know, shout out to Chief, thank you for handling that, but I take full responsibility for that and my apologies.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on to the next person?
public comments from Mr. Zach Parker.
Howdy again. Good evening. I've come to this podium dozens of times. I've said thousands of words in this room, and I've spent hours thinking about what to say here. And honestly, I'm at the point where I don't even know what to say anymore. Not because there aren't serious issues, but because I've already said it over and over again, but nothing changes. Meeting after meeting, decision after decision, the same pattern repeats. Major decisions get made, like the data center, residents raise concerns, then the cycle starts. Delay, denial, dismissal, attack. Then the city moves on to the next issue and the cycle starts again. For years, I've shown up believing something simple, that if residents kept asking questions long enough, eventually we would get answers. But in recent months, something changed for me. I started meeting other residents, people seeing the same things I was seeing, people asking the same questions I was asking, people trying to get answers and running into the same walls I've been hitting for years. And when you start hearing the same story from enough people, something becomes very clear. These concerns are not isolated. Like the woman who saved for years to buy her first home in Forest Park, the biggest investment she's ever made, and now she has damage to her home from the explosions. She's looking for answers, and what does she get? Delay, denial, dismissal. Government exists to serve the public, not to protect itself from the public. And that's where the real frustration comes in, because residents do try to use the tools that are supposed to exist for transparency. Why is it so hard for people in the city to get clear answers about what their government is doing? I filed requests for myself. I filed requests for neighbors. Many residents don't see the obstacles that happen behind the scenes when people try to get basic information. Some people say they have great expectations for the city. It's great. But it's also very clear that many others have had a very different experience. Delay, denial, dismissal. For years, I've kept believing that eventually someone inside the system would step back and ask whether things could be done differently. But what often happens is government is something else. People run for office promising to challenge the system. But what happens in the government is something else. People run for office promising to challenge the system. But once they're inside, they end up protecting it. So, yes, tonight I'm standing here saying something simple. I'm not going to quit, because when transparency doesn't happen on its own, the public has only one option left. And now I'm being asked, like I've never asked before, to prove that I'm a citizen of this city because I keep coming up here and complaining. I've got open records requests. I very much have business with the city, and I don't believe that the other people are being asked, the residents here. So something always smells when I come up here. And thank you all for very intently listening and looking at me and all the stuff that you never do when I talk. Sad. You're all sad. Enjoy.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments, and believe me, we are listening, Mr. Parker. Next. Our next comments comes from Ann Pellegrin.
Good evening. The concerns shared by council about a meaningful band program utilizing Kiwanis or how it would not benefit the community are simply offensive. We've been subjected to incessant blasting for that data center for months. Ground shattering, property damaging explosions. And there will be far more noise pollution after completion. It's absurd. We live under flight paths for an international airport, for heaven's sakes. Let there be music. At last council meeting, you cleared the room and moved public comments. After finally being allowed to speak, council was dishonest when denying knowledge about conditions at the park. The resident informed the city of raw sewage in her yard in January. Your response was dismissive and reactionary, just like response to the blasting after we spoke of it publicly. At the March URA meeting, it was stated that the medical landfill on which the data center is being built contained no biohazards. Yet in the same sentence, it was acknowledged that vials and gauze and mesh were visible during a walkthrough. There is no mention or removal of these things, which are biohazards. Residents should also know that tax abatements have been requested for the data center to the Forest Park DDA, the county, as well as the school district. Regarding the seriousness of conditions at the park and Fort Gillem and the lengthy excuses of what was known and when, I believe all of it was known, but it was not made public. That's why the members of these boards were removed and other individuals were put in place, including council members, which may not be illegal, but it is unethical. How can we believe in council that clearly has chosen opportunity over community? There has been no meaningful outcome from Gillem for the residents. It's been about feathers in a cap for political and financial gain. The residents need more than food giveaways, a grapevine, and other misguided optics that sing zippity doo-dah to environmental catastrophe. We need to be protected from bad actors more intent to support developers than our quality of life. Residents have no idea how bad the environmental impacts regarding the data center are going to be once complete. You don't want them to know. Even if you were so naive to not know, that's an indication you did not do your due diligence before selling us out.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Clifford Pellegrin.
Let the band play. At last city council meeting, I shared my experience of problematic policing. During closing comments, my experience was discounted. That's inexcusable. I need to remind council that you represent us, not yourselves. Not everyone in this community has the same experience. People have documented issues, and clearly record requests are incomplete because it's been shared here numerous times. I don't know what triggered the rant about Big Red Truck and the profane threat made to a council member in the parking lot. However, I can say nothing like that has ever happened to me. Oh, wait, no, I take that back. In 2008 and 2012, my wife and I had experienced harassment from several locals regarding our political beliefs. On November 8th, 2016, someone called the police requesting a wellness check to our address. These individuals openly bragged about their police connections. Now here we are, 2026, and we're being vocal about our political concerns, and history is seemingly repeating itself with protection of the police department while discrediting your constituents. Our chief is under investigation, and the department doesn't provide records. And those cute little picture shots on Facebook, they don't count. That's just optics. And regarding alleged unethical behavior and theft by not using leave when not on duty, we heard from the dais that others are doing it as well. But the outrage was over who got caught and not why. The statement was an acknowledgement of wrongdoing. I'm extremely concerned that our city is being mismanaged because clearly there are issues going unchecked or being kept secret. We need leadership. We need leadership that's unafraid to make corrections that are authoritarian, not personal. We need leadership not taking their cues from council who aren't being forthright. We need leaders who choose community over opportunity. And once again, let the band play. come to a football game in the fall and you'll see the end results.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Samuel Ibanez. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
Wow, we got wireless, I guess. Cool, cool, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. I wish a lot of citizens can come to do not only their own voice.
Yes, they can.
I am, but surely, thank you. Surely I spoke before, and I have saying I like to have the podium over there before with the other mayors was here. The reason is because I like to talk to the citizens too, and they don't see my face. When I take a video, I'll take the behind, so I don't see their faces. Forgive me for that. But also, I see a lot of deficiencies on the, I can say the comments on petitions, all the citizens they come. I have not been here for a minute because I've been in other cities advocating, and as ambassador, I had to be for my people. We don't have a representative in Forest Park as Spanish people. Sorry, but we don't have one. And most of the people I've been talking to, the chief of police, I have not seen here. We're supposed to have a meeting. I have not seen that meeting yet coming. And I guess something going on that I got to get involved to because he's part of our history as well, you guys. And pretty much a lot of people of you that are being selected for us, let's do the right thing. If we don't have the tools, we're going to have the tools. And my mayor, thank you very much and welcome. I am not doing a welcome respectfully myself. But right now, my name is Samuel Avanes. I've been advocating for the community over 28 years. And the 20 years, I've been spending over $1 million, something that I have not been paid. But gratefully, I have a lot of successful and things that I have done for a lot of people being elected. Therefore, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Miss Sophia Aguilera.
My name is Sofia Aguilera. I'm Forest Park resident for 22 years now, and this is a formal complaint with the city of Forest Park, with the animal control, because it's been 8 months that I've been calling Forest Park Police, animal control, for these 3 pit bull dogs that's been hanging around my house. This last Wednesday, I have to euthanize my dog because of these dogs. I was calling Forest Park animal control. They just showed up and didn't pick up the dogs. And this is insane because of Forest Park City. Animal control has been failed me as a Forest Park City citizen for 22 years, living in Forest Park, helping the next neighbor, helping to clean up my hood. I mean, I can say my hood because we're on the hood, basically, because nobody do anything else. This is not a city. This is a hood. Because the city has been getting full of animals. It's been getting full of dogs. And because of these dogs, I have to euthanize my dog. because nobody do anything. It's been 8 months. I left message on the animal control. I spoke with the officer group. I think that's her name, officer group. And they just put a cage. They told me how they have to wait into the dog getting into the cage. Police went to my house, tell me, basically tell me I can get my gun and shoot the dog if I feel threatened. So what I can do now so they can pick up these dogs in my street feel free to walk again, to walk, do exercising again, because nobody can do around. This dog has been beating the most of the neighbors. That's why I was calling animal control, forest park police, and nobody do anything. They just tell me, you can use your gun, shoot the dog, because you'll be threatened by this dog. And it's not fair. It's not fair for me, for the forest park citizen to do it.
Thank you. So sorry for you having to go through that, Ms. Aguilera.
Don't feel sorry.
Yeah.
Do something, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Something.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it.
So
We are listening.
I'm sorry, point of order, Mayor. I can ask the, and this maybe for the governing body. I'm sorry, and I will see what we can do. I'm so sorry to hear that. But I know on a lot of occasions, some things are out of our police department's control because animal control, and this is just me going through my own thing as well. They're always full, and so we can't pick up animals that we don't have a place to house them. And so I was just gonna ask because Councilman Gutierrez mentioned this to me last week when we were at the council house. Like with the city center, it's not the city center anymore, but city hall getting ready to be redone. The police department, I don't know what we had plans on doing with that building, but can we just look at having our own housing place for animals so that we don't have to tell residents no, so that we don't have to put the residents in a situation as well as the police department, because we don't have anywhere to house them. There's nothing that we can do when the county says they can't take any more animals, and it's not making any excuses because, yeah, I'm not making any excuses. I just want to know, like she said, don't say sorry, let's do something. So what is it that we can do, as a city, so this doesn't happen anymore? Are you all willing to look into a facility or something so that we can have our own and not depend on the county when it comes to these things?
I'm open to talk about it. I mean, to me, it's just, I really, well, who's in charge of police? Chief Clemens, I would like a presentation from animal control and see what the process is because, this animal has been out there a while now. And, for them, to go and, yeah, for them to, kill her dog now, I honestly thought it had ran away and it was somebody's dog. Um, but it's bitten a lot of the neighbors there. And when when I spoke to animal control, they said, well, we have to come in the cage, or it has like, putting the burden on the citizen to say when you feel threatened, you have to shoot, or that's not it. And, they pay taxes. I'm gonna give kudos to the police all the time when they do right, but this process is just not it. And I have seen a lot of dogs run around, and my dog runs away sometimes and then comes back. But when I go out there and look out for them, but I know that what do we do when an animal is a threat like that? Like, what is happening? I don't think I didn't understand fully until we went through this process. This is actually my neighbor, and I don't want anybody to have, to be threatened or not be able to exercise in their own neighborhood. So I would really like to visit that conversation. What we're doing? Do we need to hire more people in animal control? Do we need better cages? Do we need better strategies? Do they need training to go and address these things? I don't know. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I got a question. The way I understand it, we're sharing the load in animal control with Lake City. Is that right? Does anybody know that? I believe that was told here before. I think we've got at least 3 or 4 animal control people, but seemed like that we was doing duty with Lake City. And, maybe we need, I don't know how the connection is there, but if we have to do away with that to bring all the resources back here to do a better job here, or find out what the money's involved or whatever, why we're doing it or whatever, that will help bring more people, control people back to Forest
I
Park.
think the issue is that animal was a threat. And when it's a threat, we need to it should be priority. If we have to move a dog or another animal out of the location, we need to get that dog off the street.
Well, I agree, cause I had one in Ward 5, run me up on my tailgate a time or two, and, the only reason he's alive now, cause I couldn't get in the front, but, I know about violent dogs.
And I think too, and maybe someone can clarify, but I think too, it's a certain, when it's a dog that's a threat, it's it's something they can't pick up the dog when it's a threat. So it has to be done a certain kind of way. Does anybody know that?
Ms. Jones?
Okay, yeah.
They have to follow, if not, what, and grab dog. Vicious dog, sir.
Right.
Come to the mic.
I also know because like one of my neighbors was like, why can't you just like shoot it a tranquilizer or grab it like that? But they were saying that PETA, there's a lot of animal advocates and rights that the animals have as well. You can't just go shoot a dog, I guess.
Yeah, there's a certain procedure that they have to go through if it's considered a vicious dog. And from what she's saying, it seems like it's a vicious dog. So the animal control officer has to go through these protocols. So that appears to be what's happening. I have her information. We'll reach out to her and we'll try to get the dog caught.
Months. Let me tell you, this dog has been biting people. This dog has been the most of the neighbor. They have to wait 8 months to do that.
Okay, we're gonna have him talk with you privately to try to get some more information and more details, and that way we can't help everything that's happened, but we're gonna work on this thing.
Thank you.
It's a priority. I really hope so. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Falami?
Good evening. That's my neighbor.
Good neighbor.
Yes, you are. We do deal with a lot of vicious animals. Just so happen a little of us get baseball bats. We don't call you. She does. But I want to move on for my comment here. We'll talk too. Um, I want to come and ask the governing body to listen without emotion. Please take a moment, breathe, and hear what the constituents all came before you to give you, because you are where they are to come. A lot of times when we come to give you what we have, it's because we are constituents and you are the go-to people. But if we come here and we feel that we don't get an answer for police harassment, data centers, dog biting, people who don't live here speaking, we then feel that we don't have any place to turn. But as the vice chair of the concerned citizen of Forest Park and chair, which is Trudy Smith, we are coming back alive to have public meetings, so stand by. needed here to there. I want to go to something that is very dear to dear for me today because I should be coaching right now. I want to come over and actually salute our chief intern manager. This is Women History Month this month, and Chief Clemens has been representing the city of Forest Park in an amazing way. And I would be very remiss if I don't share that. Thank you, Chief. I know you have to take a lot of chewing gum and bubble gum, but we thank you for your service. We thank you for the EMS, the fire department, and we thank you for what you're doing with our city. And the one thing about leadership, it doesn't seem fair when it's someone near and dear to you. But a great leader does what is right. I don't think many of us ask about something that is in your jurisdiction, and that is administration of our PD department. Our PD department doing an amazing job. Trust me. Just this weekend, y'all can give it up for them. They work 24/7. And that's where we need to be at. We need to get over the media. I'm gonna ask for a point of privilege, Madam Chair, because I think this is very relevant and it will do good for our city to get all of my comment. I'm saying that to break the narrative, I won't go into January the 5th about your point of order when you went out and came back and you did not acknowledge what I felt, Robert Rules of Order. We done with that, but I do want to answer why you go out of that meeting and then come back and resume, and then you came back everywhere else, you're doing it. So that's one thing. But because of the citizens are coming in here, because I'm asking them, to come, share it. I want to even put out here that we have an amazing, and when I say amazing, we have an amazing team. One thing that Mr. Clark did for the city of Forest Park, he left us some educated professional, and we love them. We support them, and we want them to stay on board without anyone crossing the bar because they on our payroll. We pay them. They are experts. She's on our payroll. She's an expert. She's on our payroll. They are expert. Let our people do their jobs so they can have peace. Numerous all week, I got phone call after phone call after phone call. And where I am at this moment in time, at this time, I'm tired. I'm tired of hearing all the negative things that pouring out on Forest Park. That's not us. I don't even believe it's this team over here. If you look at this front row from economic to development to finance, you go to the back, you got municipality, you got finance, you got procurement, and I can go on on. They are professional. We're gonna allow them to do their job because the taxpayer pay them. They don't pay an advisory team. They don't pay a transitional team. We pay them. And we want them to do their job with peace. We have to stay collected and collaborate. What we can do about wildlife, we can contact our sister city, Lake City, Morrow. We just have to collaborate and let us get back on track. We should not be looking like a rabbit getting ready to go in a hole. We should be flourishing right now. I don't know if you tired, but we are tired. And when I say we are tired, we're not physically tired. We are tired of not seeing the change. We are tired of being citizens come and give you comments and you ignore us. We're tired. That's what you hear from my neighbor. Has a dog had to be euthanized because there was no answer for her. I'm not elected. I'm just a neighbor. I'm not going to go out there and do what I do in front of her. I don't bring witness. I do what it is that need to be done because you're never going to tell on yourself. In other words, all jokes aside, my governor body, I think you all are amazing. And let me be clear. I can go from 1 to 5 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. I think you all are amazing. I think what is lacking is you all are not collaborating any longer. You're picking sides. Let us come to the center and let us be by the business of Forest Park. which is the taxpayer that you normally sit on this side. Because without us on this side, there is no you. And I'm gonna yield my time. Thank y'all. Please take heed to it. Y'all got people crying, and we can do better than that. And please do me one favor. If you don't do anything anything else, leave my staff alone. God bless you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now we're ready for the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get into the city manager's report, call up Director Maxwell to give a quick presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager. Thank you so much. I would like to recognize and say thank you to our youth basketball parents, coaches, players for participating in the countywide league this year. We have 14 teams from ages 5 all the way up to 17. We had the recent championships 2 weekends ago. We had our 6U and 8U, which won the overall tournament for their division. We had 12U played in the championship game, 14U played in the championship game, and our 17U played in the championship game. Unfortunately, didn't come out the way we wanted, but all of our kids had a great time. The parents enjoyed themselves, and I just want to publicly thank our parents, the kids, the coaches who dedicated a lot of their time. So I just want to thank him. We gearing up for spring soccer and baseball season. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, for that point of privilege. I would like to take a moment to address comments that were made regarding my role and actions as interim city manager during the council meeting on March 2nd, 2026. I do so not to engage in a disagreement or debate, but to ensure that the record reflects clarity, professionalism, and the responsibilities entrusted to this office. Serving the city of Forest Park as both fire chief and interim city manager is a responsibility that I take very seriously. My focus has always been on maintaining the integrity of our operations, supporting our employees, and ensuring that the residents of the city receive the services they expect and deserve. In a council manager form of government, the structure is very clear. The city council establishes policy and provides direction for the organization. The city manager is responsible for the administration of those policies and the daily operations of the city. Every decision made by my office has been guided by the city charter, city policies, and the professional standards expected of this position. I fully respect the role of the governing body. Healthy dialogue and differing perspectives are part of good governance. However, it is important that discussions remain grounded in facts and the structure that governs how this organization operates. There have been statements, suggestions that actions taken by the administration have resulted in widespread terminations or that decisions have been made outside of the authority of this office. I would like to respectfully clarify for the record that under the city charter, the city manager may recommend personnel actions, but the governing body ultimately holds the authority regarding terminations. No employee has been terminated solely by my authority or my authority as interim city manager. Administrative decisions that have been made during my tenure have been done with careful consideration, consultation with human resources, and with appropriate guidance from legal counsel or investigators. These actions are not taken lightly, and they're always made with the best interests of the organization and the community in mind. Leadership requires making difficult decisions at times. It also requires doing so in a way that is fair, lawful, and respectful to everyone involved. My approach has always been to ensure that employees are treated with dignity, that due process is followed, and that the city operates within the framework of its policies and governing documents. I also want to speak briefly about professionalism and respect within our organization. The employees of the city of Forest Park work hard every day to serve this community. I know, I see it. They deserve an environment where leadership models professionalism, collaboration, and accountability. When discussions become personal rather than focus on policy or governance, it can impact morale and distract from the important work that needs to be done. My commitment is to continue leading with professionalism and integrity regardless of circumstances. I'll always welcome questions from members of the governing body regarding administrative decisions. Transparency is important, and I believe that when information is shared openly and respectfully, it strengthens trust within the organization and with the public we serve. I also recognize that serving as interim city manager places me in a unique position. My role is to ensure continuity of operation, stability within the organization, and continued delivery of services to our residents while the city determines its long-term leadership structure. My goal throughout this period has been to keep the organization focused, productive, and moving forward. Forest Park is a city filled with dedicated employees. I know, I see it every day. Engaged residents, they come here every council meeting, and leaders who care deeply about the future of this community. The work before us, public safety, infrastructure improvements, economic development, and community engagement requires collaboration and unity of purpose. I remain committed to working with each member of this governing body in a professional and respectful manner, even when perspectives differ. Our shared objectives should always be the success of the city and the well-being of the people we serve. My leadership philosophy is simple: lead with integrity, treat people with respect, and let the work speak for itself. Every decision I make is guided by those principles, as well as the legal and policy framework that governs our city. I still appreciate the opportunity to serve Forest Park in this capacity. I will continue to perform my duties with professionalism, transparency, and dedication to this organization and the community. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. That concludes my city manager's report.
Thank you, City Manager. At this time, we have some presentations, proclamations regarding National Procurement Month and Women's History Month. Procurement?
Oh,
Okay.
here we are.
Proclamation. Whereas the Procurement Division plays a vital role in supporting the mission and daily operations of our organization by ensuring efficiency, compliance, transparency, and fiscal responsibility in the acquisition of goods and services. And whereas procurement professionals are committed to upholding the highest standards of ethics, and accountability while delivering best value solutions that maximize public resources. And whereas through strategic sourcing, competitive practices, regulatory compliance, and collaborative partnerships, procurement strengthens organizational performance and promotes responsible stewardship of funds. And whereas National Public Procurement Month, observed each March, provides an opportunity to recognize the essential contributions of procurement professionals and to increase awareness of the impact procurement has across all departments. And whereas throughout the month, our organization will celebrate by sharing quick tips, fun facts, and interactive activities designed to make procurement more engaging, informative, and accessible for all employees. And whereas in fiscal year 2025, the City of Forest Park was recognized as a first-time recipient of the National Procurement Institute's Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award, a nationally recognized honor reflecting the city's commitment to innovation, professionalism, compliance, and continuous improvement in public procurement. And whereas the City of Forest Park recognizes and appreciates the dedication, expertise, and leadership of its procurement staff in achieving this distinction and in consistently serving the organization and community with integrity. Now, therefore, the Forest Park governing body hereby proclaims March 26th as National Public Procurement Month and encourages all employees and stakeholders to join in recognizing the dedication, expertise, and service of the Forest Park Procurement Division and the vital role they play in advancing our organization's success. In the witness there whereof, we have hereunto set our hand on this second day of March 2026 and have caused the official seal of the great city of Forest Park to be affixed hereto.
On three, 1, 2.
Yeah. The new day.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, everybody getting one.
This one.
Oh, yes, you with me.
Women's History Month. And if you, I was gonna read, but he's not here, so I will read if you don't mind. Women's Month 2026, celebrated throughout March with the theme Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future, highlighting women's leadership in sustainability, equity, and community resilience. During Women's History Month, we celebrate the countless women whose courage and resolve have contributed to the character and success of our nation and the entire world. This month, we honor women who have fought for equality and against the status quo, and who have broken the bonds of discrimination, partiality, and injustice for the benefit of all. Women have created a legacy that continues to inspire generations of women to live with confidence, to have a positive impact on this community, and to improve the nation every single day. We honor the celebrated women pioneers and leaders in our history, as well as those unsung women heroes of daily lives, whether serving in elected positions across America, leading groundbreaking civil rights movements, venturing into on their own unknown frontiers, or programming revolutionary technologies. Generations of women that knew their gender was no obstacle to what they could accomplish have long stirred new ideas and opened new doors, having a profound and positive impact on us all. During Women's History Month, we pause to pay tribute to the remarkable women who prevailed over enormous barriers, paving the way for women of today to not only participate in, but to lead and shape every facet of American life. Now, therefore, the Forest Park governing body hereby proclaims March 2026 as Women's History Month. Amen.
For the ladies. Well, dude. You turn. Real. If I could just get the women, please.
I can see right now, we're gonna have to file a grievance.
Congratulations, lady.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you so much. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. Okay, next, now that we are ready to start our new business, I'm going to start with the item 2, which is council approval for the second annual renewal for sound equipment.
I make a motion that we do not, I don't know how to say it. I make a motion, we do not renew the contract.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. Number 3, council approval for the first annual renewal on-call electrical services and repair with Mr. D's Electric Service, Shalom Visionary Strategies, and Capital City Electrical Services.
I make a motion that we approve.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Council approval of purchase new Life Pack and Lucas and renew annual maintenance services contract with Stryker.
I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is the council approval of special facility usage requests for Kiwanis State Stadium.
I make a motion, we table.
Excuse me?
I make a motion, we table.
Table.
Can we talk?
One second.
Okay, a second. Well, I wanted to say, I guess, if we do table it, to come up with some type of solution where I would really kind of like a trial period with them where they understand that if they violate the 8:30 deadline or even 8, that we don't, we don't do it because of the lateness, but I would like to, when we say find a I just don't want this to get lost with everything that we have. This is not a city priority. I'm going to be 100% with you, but if we postpone it, what is that solution that we're going to find for them? Because we have the Kiwanis Stadium.
I thought I'm sorry. I thought the recommendation was to do a survey.
I don't know. Is that what we're going to do then?
I mean, it's up to y'all. I just think at the end of the day, it should be up to the residents that live in, and of course, Councilwoman Gunn being one of those residents. But like Director Maxwell said, some people come out there to actually listen to them, so some people may be okay, some may not. But I just think at the end of the day, it should be up to the residents. We're their spokespeople, so we speak on their behalf. So I would just like to see what the
I
residents.
guess my question is, so like, how is like a voice of a resident that lives right by the park more important than a resident from Ward 4 that has a child that's in the band and this is significant to their life? So I guess that's my only thing of like, if we're gonna have these surveys, the equity in it, and I'm saying the complaints that Councilwoman Gunn has are valid. Like if they're out there at night, after hours, when it's over, when the contract is over and they already closed the park, that's valid. But I think if they're guaranteeing us that they're not going to do that anymore, then I don't.
I think one of the most important things, again, we have to see how does it benefit the city, the impact that it has. So there are two things that have been positioned on the floor toward this nonprofit organization is what residents are active or are serving in this community. What are you giving back to this community outside paying for to come in and utilize the stadium? So that was one of the things that Hector, Councilman Hector asked. Let's see what are you doing to pour back into the community outside of coming and practicing in our community? Because I'm telling you, I done looked at the tags. There ain't a lot of them Clayton County. And I'm serious. Yes, sir. And so And so, the second thing, I feel comfortable if we can, let's just see what the residents say, because it's not just my voice. It is people that have been constantly complaining about this for years. And understand this, this is not where they come in once a month. This is a week by week practice that goes on. Every, 2 times in the week, they come in doing working hours of people got to go to sleep, get up in the next morning, and they're out there. I'm telling you, 11 o'clock, 11:30. And so I will move forward, for, the residents of Ward 2, that we, do a type of census and see, let's put that together. Don't know what it's gonna cost, how, let's put it together. Let's see what the timetable they're talking about coming in for May and July. We're in the month. Let's exclude May now. So in April, we need to get a census together to come back. I don't, the powers that be here, our staff members, y'all help us. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but let's see what the citizens say. But yeah.
If we are doing some kind of survey, we just need to get it together and get it done quickly so that we can bring it back to the table for maybe not the next meeting, but the mid-April meeting. So let's give ourselves a deadline so that we'll make sure that we respond to this. Okay.
You'll be able to get that data that we're asking, because you have no high school students. I just see the college students because I'm asking where you from. And one year I did contribute to you guys. And so this is not Forest Park High School students. These are college students that are coming in, practicing for competitions that are going on. Okay? So I want to make sure we have that clarity there. Yes, sir. No comment at this point. Madam Mayor? No. Madam Mayor?
Sir.
So he can't answer a question?
I would just say, and it's probably one of the things that he was gonna clarify, that they're not college students, right? I don't know. It's up to you if he speaks, but they're all not college students, but yeah. You can let him speak, Mayor. It's up to you. It's up to you at your discretion.
Well, I'd like to see what he has to say.
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to clear up some maybe misconceptions. Yes, we do have adults in the program, but a majority of our group is made up of high school students and not just Forest Park students. Obviously, because students bring more students and more people want to join, and we're an open community organization. So there's literally hundreds of kids there every day, along with some adults as well. But like I said, it's a community organization, as well as what do we do for the community. We provide music education. We go into the schools. We work with Forest Park High School. We actually used to practice there. One of the original band directors at Forest Park is a huge supporter. There are a lot of Forest Park students as well as Clayton County students. We provide college fairs and all of this stuff like that we're able to pour into the community is simply because we are able to have practice, and we only practice 2 days, just 2 days out of the week, really during the month of June, because we don't even start until the end of May. So we really only practice 2 days per week out of the month of June, and then we're out of y'all's hair for the rest of the year. And we just want a place for the kids to practice. That's it. And if we don't have Kiwanis Stadium, then it's kind of goodbye Georgia Mass Band unless we figure something out, and we only have a few months. And so sorry that I'm a little passionate about this. I've been working with this organization for 10 plus years now, and I've just seen it grow from nothing. And I've seen all the good, and all the students that have come through Georgia Mass Band are now in college. They're now section leaders. They're now receiving scholarships. They're now members of the community that are active in the community. They're also giving back and working with the students in these programs. So, I just hope we're not asking for too much. Just 2.5 hours, 2 days a week in the month of June. And like Mr. Maxwell said, we do pay the fees up front. We never really asked for any shortcuts or handouts, so we do appreciate the city, and we pay our dues here as well. So I just wanted to clear up some facts and misconceptions. If y'all had any more questions, thank you.
Call for the question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Call for the question.
Yes, you have another question?
No, I'm just saying. All in
Okay.
favor?
So we're gonna move to the survey of some type and bring this back to the table. And IT can, is gonna
Yes,
help us with
yes,
that.
ma'am, Madam Mayor. IT can create a survey. They just need to know what type of questions you like on the survey.
And I'm sorry, where can I send the data to? I do have some data that I can share with you. We have registration every year.
Send it to Director Maxwell can receive that and provide it to us.
Just let you know, we have, because he have been doing things in other parts of the county. I did speak with him after the first meeting, and we're gonna try to bring those things here to the city year round instead of going to other places, since if we continue to make this their home, we're gonna officially make this their home by bringing things right here in the city and not using other facilities around the county. Make sure it benefits all the kids in the city of Forest Park.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Council approval of special facility usage for United Way of Greater Atlanta.
So point of order, Madam Mayor. We had a motion and a second on the floor. We didn't call for the question. All in favor?
That's correct. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We will move forward. Now, the United Way of Greater Atlanta proposal.
I make a motion that we approve. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Council approval for the usage of 696 Main Street for District 1 Commissioners District Meeting. We have a motion. Do we have discussion?
I make a motion that we table. I know it's coming up on April the 2nd, but I don't know when the election is, and I want to get something in place, Attorney Machicardi, to get something in place before we proceed. So I'm gonna make a motion to table.
Or we won't have a meeting before then,
Yeah.
for that date.
So
I think since we don't have a policy in session and that is the incumbent, I just don't, I don't think that it's appropriate, in my opinion, since she is the incumbent right now. She is the Clayton County Commissioner of our area.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion on that. I don't think providing a space is endorsing anybody if they are the current elected official there. I understand your concern, Councilwoman, and I agree with you on coming up with that policy, but since we don't have
I
it yet.
withdraw my motion. You make
Okay.
your motion.
Okay, so I motion that we approve this.
I think this will happen, I think the election, whatever's going on the 17th tomorrow. I don't know if she's a part of that.
I think that's a special election with the judge.
That's the probate court.
Oh, okay.
It's probably cut.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a different. Do we have a second?
I second. And so we can discuss it now. So I agree. I definitely think we need the policy in place. So it doesn't look like we're endorsing. And then I like to look at too, if a candidate or anyone, for instance, like what we do, we already have events that we do every year. Is this something that's already, that she does yearly or quarterly? Is this something that's already going on?
Yes, this is not the first time a commissioner in that district had came over here to do a event in the city of Forest Park. It's not the first time we brought it.
No, I know that. I'm just saying like the timing. Like, is it,
Oh, yeah.
has she been doing, did she?
What she's doing, this is not her first event of what she's doing outside of the city. She's doing things regularly in her ward and her district and stuff like that.
Director Maxwell, I know that.
Oh, no, I'm confused. I'm confused there.
So I'm just asking, so timing is everything, right? I use I use some that happened here. So every election time, there's a state of the city address, right? And it's always done so that city funds can be used around election time, right? So I'm just trying to make sure that's not the case.
But
with her.
she requested multiple dates
Okay.
outside of today, but the dates was not available. So she requested further down the road. She's requested early in the month of March, but the date she wanted, it wasn't available. So I don't know how she's
Yeah.
scheduling, but her council aide has requested, and this date was the one that was available for what she was for her meeting. So I couldn't tell you if she's been doing it.
I've attended the
You
one,
still
but
not
not
understanding my question.
No, I get. Is she basing her meeting around strategically around an election time? I don't know that.
That's why I'm asking, have we done it previous? Like has she done something like this, like maybe 3 or 4 months ago? Or is this the first time? Hector,
Oh.
Councilman Gutierrez, do you know? You know,
I haven't seen one at our building. I know she usually has them all in the library, which is right behind.
Mhm.
So I'm guessing maybe she needs a different space.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's like literally a block away.
So because I'm looking at hearing what everybody's saying. So can we allow her to utilize the space and then we come back and we put some kind of policy together moving forward? So
In favor of
they can
that.
do.
Since we
they
have
do
no
that.
policy in place now, I don't see really how we should deny her.
Yeah. I'm in favor of.
Mayor, I believe this is a fee waiver request, not a request to utilize the space. It's just
Well,
fee
if we
waiver.
pay the fee, then she probably ain't gonna use it no way. So
Well, yeah, but I just wanted to clarify that it's
Yeah.
a fee waiver.
yeah, I'm in favor of allowing her to, but getting the policy in place as soon as possible.
And I would just say that this is in no way an endorsement to the current commissioner. I would just say that the current commissioner from District 1 and 2 have large portions of Forest Park. So I just think in the spirit of collaboration, I know you work a lot with the county, Director Maxwell. I just want to make sure we maintain good relationships with our county elected officials.
All right, there's a motion to,
On this and then putting something in place down the line, right?
yes. So is there a motion to?
So we have a motion, we can call for the question.
Second already? I'm
Mayor.
I don't know what's going on.
Yes. I need clarification as well, because there was initially a motion to table.
Yes. Withdrew my
Okay,
motion.
Thank you.
Yes,
And Councilman Gutierrez made a motion to approve, right?
yes,
Correct.
And I second.
yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Council approval to enter into a new contract for ambulance EMS billing collections services with Trinity E EMS.
I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's passed. Next item is council approval FY 2025-26 general fund budget amendment.
I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion and approval of a contract with Carasoft Technology Core for the OpenGov system.
Make a motion, we approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Point of order, Mayor. Still in favor, but I still want if anybody has anything on the other company that has something to do with planning, building, and zoning, I would like that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No old business. Have closing comments by the governing body.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay,
We'll start down here.
we're gonna start with
Then we
you.
gonna go back to Councilwoman Jane.
She's
I was
tired of
gonna
being
say,
first.
Get a plaque. That'd be all right. Ward 5 is gonna have a code compliance and police forum in, March 23rd, 2026 at 696. Everybody that's in Ward 5, or I guess whoever would like to come to give some feedback, to the code compliance and the police department. We'll be over there from 6 to 7. It's right over here across the street. And there's the time is 6 to 7 and everybody come. But I'd like to say, now that that's done, we lost a good friend in, Mr. Finch. He was my go-to man. As I always sit back there in the back. Mr. Finch has been around a long time. I thought a lot of the old man, and he'd done a lot of good, had community gardens and different things. And Forest Park will certainly be lost because he was always back there in the back. And he come to the meetings, and right up to the last, he was always interested in what was going on in Forest Park. So y'all keep Mr. Finch in your prayers.
My sentiments is exactly the same. I've been knowing Mr. Finch for a long time, and for the most part, he's always supported me. He would always get on me about coming. I still live in the same place, so I had to go over there and sit on the porch with him and have our little talks. And he always asked Mrs. Finch, "You know who this is, don't you? That's Lois Ellison. Good. She married to one of them Ellison boys." That's what he used to tell. That's what he used to tell her. But I would get my cha-cha from there for my collard greens and my cabbages. And we would just have a good time just sitting and talking and reflecting. And when I say I'm so terrified of cats, I don't even like to look at cats. And Mr. Finch had a lot of cats around their house, and I would be trying to keep my composure so I could sit there and have a conversation with him. But I just want to say that he will truly be missed. I send my deepest condolences to the Finch family. Mr. Finch also has a grandson that works here in our public works department. And I think they say when you train a child, I might phrase it in the way that they should go. When they are older, they will not depart from it. And his grandson is absolutely amazing. He's actually one of the young men that cut my senior yards for free. In the summertime, we have the senior yard care program, and Gerard Finch does that without asking for anything, just to give them a heads up. And so thank you, Mr. Finch, and to the Finch family for loaning us Mr. Finch. And again, my condolences to the family. I also like to, I like to give feedback to our residents that get up and speak at the podium so they don't feel that they are being ignored. And Mr. Parker always leaves before we get to the closing comments, but I do want to say that I agree with you on a lot of the things that you mentioned. Government is supposed to serve the public, and I think when a lot of us get in office, we forget that, and we tend to want to serve ourselves and our egos, and that defeats the purpose of us being here. So I wholeheartedly agree. What you said, and I also want to say thank you to our city clerk. And because I'm a transparent person, I don't have a problem with saying who I support and who I didn't support. And I was leaning towards another candidate, right? And we talked about it, Ms. Holiday. You'll see that I'm a very, very transparent person. But the first sentence of the conversation, I felt better. I felt a whole lot better. So I just want to say welcome. Thank you so much. And all of these residents that have complained about open record requests, because for some reason people weren't getting them. And for some reason I feel just like the people that were requesting them, that the city had something to hide. But since she's been here, she stepped in running. I've got messages. My open record request has been filled. She's not ignoring them. She's here to do a job, and I believe things will be a lot better with her here. So I appreciate you and welcome you to the city of Forest Park. And the dog owner is gone, but hopefully we can, as a council, get together and see. We can't change what happened, but look and see how we can stop it from happening again. With that said, you all have a blessed night. Thank you all so much. And Pellegrini, I'm sorry. I wholeheartedly agree with everything you said. That's exactly what I wrote here. I agree with everything you said, and you kind of remind me of you. You speak the truth, and a lot of people don't like that. And so a lot of people have things to say when you get up and speak, but I appreciate you for speaking up, and Mr. Pellegrini, on behalf of the city of Forest Park, because we work for y'all. Whether some people want to realize that or not, we work for y'all. You all are our bosses. So when we ignore y'all, we're not doing our jobs. So thank you all so much. You all have a blessed night.
Share my colleague's sentiments. My condolences to Mr. Finch and his family. Um, I didn't talk to him much, but every time we engaged, he smiled, and I'm really proud of the legacy and how we got to recognize him with that garden before he left us. I don't think he left us. He's, taking care of us. Just, when an elder leaves a community, the impact, like the quote you said, is just so beautiful. And the legacy that somebody has in a space is always just felt. Um, and, in my culture, we believe a lot in, like it's called the Day of the Dead, the literal translation, but it's just remembrance and remembering the people that came before us and everything they did and how we carry their legacy and lessons that we get from them. So, um, you know, that's that with Mr. Finch. I'm sorry, not my jolly self. My head hurts. Today's been a long day, so Monday hit me hard. I want to just acknowledge some of the public comments. The Miss Sophia lives a few houses down from my house. I honestly didn't know that those dogs were a threat until she reached out to me and told me last week when they killed her Chihuahua when she had it outside. So uh, that later led to me talking to more neighbors and finding out that this dog has been biting people. But I mean, personally, I've seen the dog before, and I think I even threw it a cookie one time. I thought it was somebody's dog. I get home late from work sometimes, so we're gonna get this right. It's sad that a tragedy had to happen, but we're gonna look at our animal control and see what we can do to avoid these things. Ms. Felder, I take full accountability. I did not reach back out to her, but I will this week. So the Pellegrinis, thank you for always coming. Mr. Parker also. We're gonna get this right. It's I think now we got a city clerk again. Welcome, Ms. Holiday. Shout out to the procurement team, the 2-woman squad. It's only right in Women's Month that you all get a shout out. And excited about this open gov purchase. I don't know how long it's going to take, but the business license aspect has been something that the business owners complain about on my side of town in Ward 3 on Jonesboro Road. So, I hope that this facilitates the process. So, being Women's Month, I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to take credit for this, but there will be an event here March 28th here in the council chambers, a Saturday. We open the slot up for about 50 people because it's not a big space, but there'll be free headshots. There'll be a panel discussion of experts, resume workshops, and LinkedIn feedback. So that we're gonna have some experts here. It's only for women, so sorry, Mears. But it's called Built by Her, and I just had a group of women reach out to me, and my wife as well helping. So I'm excited about the event. It's completely free, and it'll be here at the chambers celebrating Women's Month. So excited, to do that. I'll just probably stop by to say hi, to be honest. And then we are continuing our Pilates classes. Been seeing a lot of the ladies out there. I personally haven't attended them outside of just saying hello, but I'm just not built for Pilates yet. So, but thank you again, everybody, for coming out. The band group, thank you, gentlemen, for speaking, and thank you for what you do for our youth. I think it's very important. You see the impact and you see how the change, especially building something like that, is very impactful. I'm sorry, we couldn't find a solution today, but I tell you that I think this leadership up here has the best intent for our youth here, and especially the future musicians and just people. Through music, you can learn so much, like the discipline and just the culture, the camaraderie, so many life skills that just expand outside of just learning music. So we're going to work on finding a solution here, and I'm also going to reach out to other municipalities and see if this doesn't work out. We don't want y'all just hanging this summer. We want y'all to continue getting better and crafting that art that you guys work so hard for. So yeah, welcome everybody again. Any new employees? I don't know if we had any shout outs, any new people, but that means that we're not losing anybody, so that's a good thing. And that's it for me. Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Moogly moogly. I said it before.
But thank you. You guys, we are excited of bringing to Forest Park a re-entry community summit. And basically, that is for those persons who have had situations dealing with any legal issues. If you have somebody that is still dealing with probation, want to get insight in how to move forward, we want to ask you to come with us. For those returning citizens, and we're going to release valuable resources, employment opportunities, educational support, and community-based services that will assist them in rebuilding their lives and becoming productive individuals. So this is going to take place April the 16th. That's a Thursday morning from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at our Forest Park Recreation Center. And I'm so excited. The collaboration is amazing. We have many vendors that are tapping in, and I'm excited what is about to take place. Georgia Justice Project, I'm excited about them coming in. We have Elevate that has partnered with us, our own Heartbeat here in the city of Forest Park, and also our Community Service Authority that sits here. So they're going to be a vast volume of vendors that are coming out. Like I said, dealing with the housing, just helping people to navigate from past discretions and to be able to tap into resources for them to navigate to their next. For their better. And so don't forget past this, we're going to continue to promote this and make sure that we get the news out. I'm excited. We have some of our sister cities that have collaborated and will be present in this event. Super excited about that. And so to continue to flow with the heartbeat of this being the food pantry, of course. Don't forget the Rock Church. That is very vital in this city and what they do and how many people they serve. Also, the second Monday of every month from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Right at Gateway Restoration. That's Dr. Leon Bueller. They also service a volume of residents and some people who come outside from other sister cities also. Want to continue to move forward in a celebratory posture. And so the month of March is designated and widely celebrated as Women's History Month. It is a special observation period in which we as a nation acknowledge the vital contributions of women to our nation's history, culture, and society. From Supreme Court Justice Sandra D. O'Connor, Maya Angelou, to Althea Gibson and Katherine Johnson, women remain invaluable when it comes to telling the story and legacy of this great country. And tonight, in the spirit of positivity and in honoring of Women's History Month, I'd like to share that our own interim city manager, Natasha Clemens, was recently recognized by the Georgia Women's Legislative Caucus at the state capitol for her servant leadership, as well as her commitment to excellence. A special award was also presented to Chief Clemens by Georgia State Representative Rhonda Bruno during the special ceremony event, which paid tribute to the phenomenal women throughout the state. Now, before assuming the role as interim city manager, I want everyone to know that Chief Clemens' name was already written in the archives of history. In 2020, she became the first ever woman fire chief and the only of 15 women to hold the title for fire chief in the entire nation. Accomplishments, come on, give it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. Accomplishments like this show just how fortunate Forest Park is to have such passionate leaders like Chief Clemens in our very own community. And again, please join me. We congratulate interim city manager Latasha Clemens on this fantastic recognition. We are extremely proud of her, grateful for her service, and confident that her example will encourage the next generation of women leaders to follow in her footsteps. You guys, one more time, congratulations. We appreciate you.
Oh, it's my turn now. Now I know how y'all feel over there on the other end. So I want to thank everybody. Again, last week we did celebrate our teachers of the different schools. There's some pictures up there you can see. Also, we had our hunger walk this past Sunday, and we had wonderful weather, so we wasn't freezing cold out like we are now today. We raised $1,000 for that, so we're gonna look to do things on that end. Also, I do want to acknowledge Miss Feltner, and I know she had to leave, but maybe she'll listen. But before I leave today, please make sure I get her contact information. So I'm not making any excuses. I did not reach out to her, but I don't want to leave today without getting her contact information, so I can reach out to her. But I am happy to say that the blasting is no longer, they're done. But we do want to see what we can do to see what's happened to our home. Also, to Mr. Parker, I wanted to say that we do have our new clerk now. So hopefully, whatever the open records that you're requesting, if we have them, you'll get them. Also, I wanted to say I think Mr. Councilman Gutierrez spoke to about Miss Sophia. I really sorry about her her pet that she lost. They are like family members. I have some myself, but I know that we have a competent staff that will look into how we can move forward. One of the things I will say is I'm learning the the new mayor's protocol as it relates to um, running the meeting. Because a lot of times I'm not going to respond during public comments because I've been trained that we don't respond during public comments. We respond during the governing body comments, and it allows for the back and forth to happen. So if a lot of times if someone speaks on public comments, chances are I'm not going to say anything, and I don't want you all to think that that's being dismissive. I just want to make sure that we flow with what we need to do. But I also want to address the band. I do believe in the band. I also believe in what you all do for the community, but I do have to listen to residents' concerns. And Thursday and Friday every day for a month and a half is a lot, especially if it's just not a cutoff date, or sorry, cutoff time. I know we have the printed cutoff time, but if it's not adhered to, that's something that we need to make sure that we address. So I am all in favor of supporting our young people. You all know how I feel about young people. I'm in favor of that. Now, there are some other things that I do want to address because a lot of times things are put out there that's not true. Um, Miss Ms. Thomas made comments about the park at Gillum. I want to say that those things have been mitigated. They were mitigated at that time. We've been out there, we've looked at things, we followed up, all of that. So we currently, as the chair, well, as a now vice chair of the URA, we allocated $700,000 to do some upgrades to the system. We do have a company out there. They've knocked on every door and they're doing door-to-door things. So a lot of things that are put out there, I want to make sure I address. Now, there was some statements that was made at a last council meeting, things about secret meetings regarding a certain matter that I can't really disclose or talk about at this time, but I just want to make sure that you all know that there was no secret meetings. Some people speak to their own personal experience. As an elected officials, I do want you to know that we do communicate to each other regarding agenda matters from time to time. but there's no secret meetings. I also want to state that our interim city manager can make decisions without the council, without the mayor, and without the city attorney's knowledge as the chief of, administrative officer of this city. We are we were clear that the public that our interim city manager, let me stop, hold on, let me take my time. Let me take my time. Um, our city attorney, our interim city manager can make decisions without without our knowledge, because it would be difficult for her to call each one of us before she can make a decision. She is the chief administrative officer for our city. And I want to let you all know that everything that has transpired in her decision making, we were made known of it, whether it was immediately when it happened, but we were made note of it. So for someone that seems to be 13 years of experience and still not know the charter, it's a problem. Can you imagine how difficult it is to to be able to contact 6 people and before you can make a decision as a city manager? I know sometimes when I reach out to Attorney Matricardi, she's not available right away. I know when people reach out to me, I'm not available right away. So to make expressions that our city manager is doing things that's not following the charter, that's not okay with me. And I want to speak to consistency. I'll say that our interim chief has been consistent since she has accepted this position from day one. The day-to-day operations of our city are handled with love and care. Chief, by her accepting these roles, she has brought a level of clarity to some of the things that were taking place in our city. So I appreciate the way she leads with love and compassion, and that she's very observant of the policy and the charter. There's almost nothing that can be done with the results of excuse me, there's almost nothing that can be done when results from 2 separate investigations and people refuse to accept what was shared with us. So I want to also say publicly that our chief of police, or excuse me, our chief of fire, as I stated to her in private, I appreciate you for stepping up to fill the seat while we conduct this search. I have seen a new level of leadership in you as you've assumed this role. You truly look for leadership in others and are not afraid to make assignments based upon that role. You have also identified misuse of staff and removed assignments from those people, such as things that our board assumed that the city would take on. Your leadership said no, they can't do that. They have more things to do in the city. And I appreciate that. People don't know that about you. They don't know the things that you have done. You've sought ways to save taxpayer money. There's a board or a assignment that the city was paying for, a membership that the city was paying for, and the chief said, well, we're not paying for that anymore. And so the URA was able to pick it up and pay for it. But that's what chief has done. So I know and I see your role. I see how you lead by example. And I'm so proud of what you have done. And I understand that it still amazes me that some people don't understand that we, the city council, are policymakers. We're not administrators. we make the policy that the administrator carries out. And so I want to make sure I said that loud and clearly, because some statements that were made, I feel like just kind of diminishes your role as chief, and I don't want you to feel that way as our interim city manager. So let me see. I'll say this, Chief, you have handled in the most professional way, the most, I don't even want to say that. I'm gonna skip that part. I'll just say thank you for that part, Chief. So I'll say this too. It has been said that people are gonna say what they want to say, and they can't help how other people interpret it. And that's not their problem. It does matter how you perceive. In fact, a resident said to me that I came across harsh and that on my comments, and that I will continue to monitor myself and work to do better and be better. What we can't, when we stop caring about how we are perceived, then we need to go. I know from experience, it is not what you say, it is how you say it that matters. It is not staff that's tearing us down and tearing our city down. We have safeguards in place to hold our staff accountable for their actions. The question is, who's holding the elected officials accountable? So we talk about being transparent. Well, let's be transparent. Many of our stakeholders have asked the question, what are we going to do about this dais? Some of you even said it out there when you were speaking today. My answer is filing an ethics charge is not going to work, because others have tried recently, including myself. And the ethics officer ruled that we have legislative immunity. So in other words, we say whatever we want and we're protected by our position. Now, what is permissible is not the overall good for our city, especially when we're putting people down. So I'll say, some of you remember in 2022, 4 years ago, I filed an ethics charge against Councilwoman Wells. Some of you may not remember, but I'm going to refresh your memory. The complaint submitted by Kimberly James, a fellow councilwoman, arises from a Facebook video that was published by Wells Aiken on September 22, 2021. A transcript of Aiken's Wells monologue video was attached to the complaint. James alleges that Aiken's Wells statement erodes the confidence of the public in government, undermines staff, discloses confidential information, and contains a number of false claims and defamation statements. Alternatively, Aiken's Wells counters that she has the right of freedom of speech, and such statements were not made by her in her role as an elected official, but individually. During her testimony, James highlighted 11 statements uttered by Aiken's Wells. She argues amounts of ethics violations under the city code. These include, but are not limited to, the city manager instructing police to investigate Councilwoman Wells attacking the city manager. Several council members and the mayor were scheming to remove her from office. That individuals that were friends of Councilwoman Wells and employed by the city were being terminated. The city members, the council members' efforts in passing an amended ethics ordinance was a plot and a means to restrict Aikens Wells, and so on and so on and so on. In closing, Aikens Wells stated that she may be outspoken, but she is passionate for her community and has an unfettered right to investigate anything in her capacity as an elected official. James countered that the remarks in the video were blatantly false and hurt the city and its staff. This is the decision by the ethics officer at the time in 2022, or 2021, whatever date that was. It says, much discussion took place by the parties regarding the public-private nature of the Facebook account. James pointed out the Facebook account identified Aikens Wells as the councilwoman of Forest Park, while Aikens Wells asserted that it's functioned as her private account. While this distinction may be an important under certain facts and circumstances, it is not the case. Here, Councilwoman Aikens Wells was commenting on matters directly related to Forest Park and its governance, including employees and fellow elected officials. Same MO. The mode of communication does not shield an individual from a violation if the content of such communication falls under the prohibited conduct set forth in the ordinance. Private citizens generally have robust First Amendment rights in criticizing their government. However, the mayor and council of Forest Park voted to be bound by the dictates set forth in the ethics ordinance and the code of conduct. The code of conduct addresses conduct and communication by council members with fellow elected officials, employees, and public at large. By way of example, the adopted code of conduct directs elected officials to practice civility and decorum, avoid personal comments that could offend other governing body members, treat all staff as professionals, refrain from criticizing an individual employee, and to not get involved in administrative functions. It is laudable, whatever that word is, to hold elected officials to a higher standard, which promotes trust and legitimacy in local government among the citizens and stakeholders. Specifically, Section 2-6-5 Code of Ethics provides that no city official shall use his position in a manner as to threaten, intimidate, or humiliate the public or city workforce. Councilwoman Aikens Wells levied a number of accusations against staff, still doing it, of the city and fellow members in her statement. Taken in its totality, the scope and remarks of the Facebook tyrant seem to run afoul of dictates of the Code of Conduct and Ethics Ordinance. The Code of Conduct provides that an elected official shall treat all staff as professionals. Clear, honest communication that respects the ability, experience, and dignity of each individual is expected. Poor behavior towards staff is not acceptable. The code also warns to never publicly criticize an individual employee, and avoid personal comments that could offend other governing body members. The statement of Councilwoman Akins Wells do seem to rise to the level of the conduct prohibited by Section 2-6-5. Forest Park utilizes a professional manager form of government. The city council sets policy and direction to the city and the manager, and his staff carries out the council's policies. Staff is an important resource in achieving the goals of the body. Derogatory remarks and accusations leveled at staff, such as ordering an investigation of an elected official, officially severely undermines the staff's authority and hinders the day-to-day operations of the city. These remarks also fuel innuendos amongst other employees and community at large. Moreover, these types of accusations, when made to the public, only work to harm the city's reputation and ability to attract quality personnel. Thus, Councilwoman Akins Well is harming her own efforts in bringing investments to the community. The hearing officer finds that the totality of the statements contained on the Facebook video and the public manner in which it was uttered equate to a violation under the city's ethics ordinance, and a censure or reprimand may be appropriate. I want you all to hear that, because it's the same rhetoric happening right now in 2026. And the only way, in my estimation, that this is going to change is we have someone else representing our city. And I say that with the authority that I choose to say it. And so I'll say that many of our stakeholders have asked the question, what can be done? And this is my answer. So some of you, well, I'll just say this final thing and I'll be done. Let me just be clear. I do believe at some point when people continue to show you who they are, you must believe them. When elections happen in we have elections that happen in November 2027. This will be the opportunity to get someone who really believe in the people and really work for the people, not for themselves. Someone that will welcome a police patrol in their ward, that will fight against the drugs that's happening in their community. Someone who will not hijack Mr. Gregg's vision of Rosetown family event and make it commercialized, full of drinking and drugs. Someone who will not throw parties for the majority of folks outside of the city on the city's dime, but yet vendors and VIP pay, but the city is paying for these things to happen. Like I said, look past the sheep clothes and see the wolf. Thank you.
Councilman Akins Wells. Yes, ma'am. So first of all, I wanted to go back to because the photos weren't showed during my public comment period. So I wanted to make sure we show those. And one of them, the first one, I think, is of Mr. Finch. So again, I want to give kudos to Miss Amaria, who had a lot to do with the Willie Finch Community Garden. And I believe in giving people their flowers while they're here. It's nothing about a wolf. It got nothing to do with a wolf. This is what I do because I care. So yeah, I wanted to show that photo, and I wish he could have seen the mural. I think we have pictures of the mural that has been recently completed as well. But this was all for Mr. Finch. So now it will be in his memory. And so I just wanted to show you all that, as well as Wellness with Wells on tomorrow. And thank you to our amazing mayor who gave the funds to extend the class for the month of March. We greatly appreciate you. And the mayor has been, when I say in there stepping better than me. So I really appreciate you for showing up for our community. And I think there is one more item. Yes. So baseball. We're bringing baseball back. Myself and Director Maxwell are teaming up to bring ages 14 to 17 back to the city of Forest Park. And I have to get an update as far as the coaches. We may have all of the coaches, and from what I'm hearing, a lot of kids will be participating in the program. So thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell, for that. And normally, because I said I wasn't gonna do this, but that goes back, Councilwoman James' timeline just go back to let you know how long she's been focusing on me and not focused on her community. So all of the ethics complaints that have been filed, I don't think anything came out of them. And you say, how can we hold the elected officials accountable? Well, it's up to the people who they want to represent them. And I get so tired of you. And you said, and I told you, I said, call me out. You say you don't like how I make y'all look on the dais. I don't make you look no kind of way. You make yourself look that way. I'm not the one to say, oh, don't call me out on my mess, because I don't have nothing to hide, and I have mess. I'm human, but let me tell you, and I'm going to tell you again, like I've said it before, this position does not make or break me, honey. It does not make or break me. I'm here because I want to be, not because I have to be. And I actually take care of my ward. And I'm going to say again, while you're talking about Facebook posts, I made a Facebook post because Councilwoman James in the last meeting, she wanted to say the sheep in wolf clothing. She wanted to get all out here and, oh, I should run against you and I'll do this and do that. Do it. But before you do it, I want y'all to take a ride down Conley Road. I want you to take a ride down Hendricks Drive. And then I want you to go off. The street curves out. Go on Glade Road and see the work that needs to be done in Ward 1. If she focused more on her ward like she focused on Councilwoman Akins, well, you said my name probably 50 times. Thank you. But if you focus, you put that same energy into your ward, it'll look a little better. Your election wouldn't have been so close for somebody who was not known in your community. I'm glad you got it. Congratulations. But baby, tearing me down and trying to dim my light does not brighten yours. We're not the school board. You're not on the school board yet. We focus so much on school stuff because that's where you work. You give certificates and do all this for the teachers. And we love our educators. Thank God for them. But you're a councilwoman. Go run for the school board if you want to focus on that. Go run for the school board if you don't want to clean your community up. You want to focus on Councilwoman Wells. That does nothing for me. Yet all that talking, James, does absolutely nothing for Ward 1. So find somebody to run. It's in their democracy. They can. Anybody can run. But you will never silence me. You will never change who I am. But I guarantee you, if you put that energy into Ward 1, it'll look a lot better than it looks right now, because it's terrible. You turn your back on the residents, just like this lady got up here and spoke. I still haven't received a call from you. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. But you go to Ward 4, do a survey in Ward 4, and ask them, is Councilwoman Wells always available? Does Councilwoman Wells see me in the yard and stop and come talk to me and ask what issues or concerns you have? Sorry that you're bothered by my presence. That's your problem. And your Ward's one problem. So again, I will say, your words don't bother me. This job, this position does not make or break me, and I will continue to speak up and be transparent. See, what they don't like is accountability. They want to get up here and go along and get along, and I'm not doing it. I ain't getting up here giving all these kudos when I know our city is in shambles. Oh, you're an amazing leader. You're this and you're that. Like, who paid y'all for these comments? But you call me a wolf? Can't nobody ever say Councilwoman Wells lied to them? Can't nobody say, oh, I've been reaching out to Councilwoman Wells. I had to contact Councilwoman James. Yo, go over there on Scott Road. Your residents call me all the time because they can't reach you. But you know why they can't reach you? Because you writing 10 minute reports on Councilwoman Wells. Focus on Ward 1, darling. Focus on Ward 1. There's drugs all over. It's not just Forest Park. It's not just Ward 4. And I ain't took nothing from nobody. I asked the residents what they wanted to do with Forest Park Day, and I did what the residents wanted me to do, not what James wanted me to do. Have a good night and focus on your ward and stop focusing on me. Now go file another ethics complaint. Not worrying about you. I'm sick of you. Man.
All right, you've had quite an earful this evening. My only comment is that we're going to have 5 people on the wards. We're going to have 5 different personalities. And it takes all of us to make this happen. We just want, we will be respectful on the dais. So Councilman James has given her dissertation and Councilman Akins-Wells has responded. And starting today, we will be a different dais. Councilman Wells is very passionate about her ward, and I know that. And we want to support those people who are supporting her. And all the councilmen have their own strengths and weaknesses because we are all human. Everything we do is not going to be right, but hopefully we do a lot of things that are right. So what we have to do, because we have to work together, we do have to respect each other in our jobs. We don't have to go home with each other. But what we're doing here on this dais for our community and our business owners is important, and we need to respect that. So those are my comments. The only addition I have is just to announce that next week, March 26th, I am having a community town hall. Everyone is welcome. I'm looking forward to hearing from the community. It will be at the rec center in the gym, and we're going to set it up so that everyone can speak, at least have their questions answered. It's from 6 p.m. to 7:30, and we will be on time. Afterwards, there will be a free food giveaway, so everyone can walk away with some groceries as well. So I look forward to seeing everyone that can make it on Thursday. It will not be live streams because we do want as many participants in person as possible, because a lot of people have not met me and they probably have some questions for me as well. So I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible at the community town hall. This is your town hall. So I'd like to see you there if you can. Thank you so much. At this time,
I want to say to the Finch family, my condolences to you in your new transition of loss. I talked to Miss Donna Finch today, and I'm going to say it again. You guys need me. You guys call me, and they are an amazing family. And so again, I send prayers and my condolences to you.
yes.
I make a motion, we adjourn for executive session to go into personnel litigation and real estate.
On the order, Mayor, I have one more little thing. I'm sorry. As far as, and I ain't gonna respond to everything she said, but she said something about investigations. And I just want, and this is again, just me being transparent. Yeah, the interim city manager can do things, and I know our charter. And I know that they don't have to come to us, but it's out of respect. And I will say this, a lot of times people have relationships with people, right? And so, and this is the part they don't want you to know. So people have relationships with people, and so they go and get their people to do. And I'm not saying her, I'm not calling nobody's names, but this is how it works. This is politics. They go and get their people to do these investigations to get it done, how to get done what they want to get done, so that they use them as puppets, right? And so, to me, if an investigation or anything is done pertaining to the city of Forest Park, the policymakers should be aware of that. And in some cases, we are able to decide who those investigators are, and in a lot of cases, we are not. Okay, so again, those are the things that they don't want you to know. They don't want you to expose those things, like when positions aren't placed on the website. Because I got a friend I want to put in that position. Oh, I'm gonna get them to investigate it because I know them and I have a relationship with them. So those are the type of things that I look into. I see past those things. So yeah, that's the only thing I speak on. Other than that, let's move forward. Stop focusing on Councilwoman Wells. Focus on yourself. God bless you. And again, I make a motion that we enter executive session.
There was already a motion.
Yeah, it was already motion in second.
It's second. We are going into executive session for personnel, litigation, real estate. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is, let me say, is there a motion to end the executive session and reconvene the regular session?
I'll second.
Second. All in favor?
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.